going on and speak about it. But then again, at the end, they have to wait whether they have to weigh whether it's worth it to lose their seat and all that if they appear to be too critical of the president and his circle.
Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to Ching, followed by Samuel.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
How's it?
Hello, Gary. Is it me? Hi, Gary.
Hi, Ching. Samuel, you're after her. Ching, followed by Samuel.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's me. Okay. Yes, teacher. Hi, Gary, and everybody else. I am in a very noisy place, okay? So if you can't hear me, just let me know. Oh, your question is so polite. Is this appropriate? Depending on who is answering the question. If you ask some, people or some Trump's supporters, definitely it's appropriate. Or, hey, good for him, being a president can make him rich. Oh, we should all go, campaign for president. And I was just thinking, since you guys know I'm from China, I was born in China. I've been in the United States for 40 years. I was thinking Chinese leaders, they're just like as skunk as Trump, right? They're making a lot of money out of it. They're being have powers in many different ways. Property wise, they get money not like obviously getting cash or investment or stock, those kind of things, but they probably get properties. They get securities. Forever they get certain money until they die. So it's a very similar. But I think Trump is getting way lot more than many politicians in his category, including foreign politicians. I don't have data though. So is it appropriate? No, it's not to my standard. He's supposed to work for people. He's supposed to lead our country. He's supposed to be the smart guy. He's supposed to be the captain of our ship. He's supposed to be the teacher of the class. And all the things he's done to the country is just disgraceful. Now he puts his name on every building he can possibly want to put. He wants to put his goddamn name on Penn Station in New York City. This guy is shameless, and this guy definitely, he does not feel bad about being rich out of his position and his connection and his power, and it's not appropriate. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ching. And I don't know if you were continuing, but we lost you there if you were still continuing. Thank you, Ching. Samuel.
Hello, how's it going? I think that like much of what Trump has done, I think many people would find it like distasteful or like she said, like not appropriate. I think that we're probably entering into like a new, how to describe it? Like this is like a new era, right? Where I don't think people's idea of what dollars are tied to or like how things are worth is really anchored as much anymore. And like typically with presidents, like you usually get paid after you're out of office, right? Like Obama became an executive in Hawaii afterwards, because of his connections to the donors. Same thing for the Clintons, and I'm sure Biden would have gone there had he not been like investigated for like the things that happened there. But typically, you get taken care of afterwards, right? Trump, on the other hand, like he already came in wealthy. He wasn't politically involved in U.S. government for many years, or at least like the lifers that Clinton and Obama and the others were, and came afterwards, right? And so I think like typically if you go, I think the last like wealthy president, you'd have to go back and like look at maybe like Bush or something, or I'm not sure who would be before then, but Bush helped out all of his oil buddies who got him elected, and that's typically what you do, and then you get taken care of on the back end. For Trump, it's a little bit different because he already had assets when he came in, or he already had businesses, and there didn't need to be this like quid pro quo that happened where you get taken care of afterwards. That's much what we're seeing now. So I think like some of it's distasteful. Others is like it's very politically toxic to some of the legislation that I think the Republicans would like to get passed. But because of Trump's involvement, it makes it much harder to actually like get certain laws passed. So I don't know. I mean, there must be some political calculation that goes into it that says like this must be okay.
What laws are you thinking we'd have a harder time passing while in the majority? Are you thinking maybe of the SAVE Act or?
No, because that's like with elections. I was thinking more about like, so the crypto markets have been wanting this thing called like for, I don't know, a couple of years. And because of Trump's like crypto dealings, it becomes like politically toxic to the Democrats, right? They don't want to touch it because of what Trump did. Like, I think if Trump wasn't involved, it probably would not have such political toxicity, and it probably would have been passed already.
Gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah, and it's not like there's anything crazy within the law. It's just like it just sets the SEC and CFTC about like what actually should be done in terms of like how they enforce the law, right? And I think a lot of people want the bill to pass through, but it's politically toxic at the moment. It may not even get passed in this session, and if that doesn't happen and they lose the midterms, then it might never get passed. So I think there's probably some other like financial bills which get vacuumed up in that, which would have the same issues because of the types of businesses that the Trumps are involved in. But there's this thing like Trump's already rich and his friends are rich, right? So Jared Kushner's brother just bought the Lakers, right? And he did it with Bob Iger from Disney. Like they have $12 billion to buy the Lakers with, right? I mean, this is the type of money that people in Trump circles move with. So I don't think it's like uncommon. Like he was already a businessman before he came in. Like going from a couple of $100 billion to a few billion is not that crazy when you think about how asset prices have moved and power of compounding. But again, like it's probably quite distasteful at the end of the day, but probably not illegal.
Samuel, more than doubling your wealth? I mean, that's a lot, right? I mean, that's a lot in a year. If I could do that, that'd be amazing.
I mean,
Scott, from what I hear, if you doubled your wealth, there would be no increase. Is that true?
That's very true, very true.
To the question of the SAVE Act, there are legitimate concerns that people raise, and it's not necessarily because of Trump toxicity, but that may be part of it. There are people, as we all know, have been arguing that the requirements to provide documents is a voter suppression move because certain people don't have access to documents. I had a flood in my house, and I've been looking for my birth certificate, and I can't find it right now. I'm sure it's here somewhere, and I will find it, but everything got shuffled around, and some things that were in certain locations no longer are, and I need my birth certificate for something, and I've been searching for days for my birth certificate. Now I could get another one, but that's not the point. The point is sometimes people have trouble, and there are other issues that some folks feel are necessary to ensure the integrity of elections, but there are people who are opposed to it, and I'm not making an argument one way or another. I'm just suggesting, I don't know whether one can conclude that if it were not for Trump's toxicity, the SAVE Act would have passed by now.
And Gary, one other thing about the one thing Samuel said, that this idea of, guys get paid on the back end as speakers and because they're celebrities, right? Yeah, but they're also not influencing policy decisions. Also, on the Trump, the logic for Trump's candidacy is that he didn't need to make money. That he was so wealthy that first off, he said he was going to self-fund his campaign, which he never did, right? But people believe that, right? Oh, he's so wealthy, he's going to self-fund, and he never did that.
But didn't he get Mexico to pay for the border wall?
Very strongly, powerfully, very strongly, beautifully. They paid so beautifully. And China's going to pay all the tariffs. So that you know he didn't do that, and also that was the logic of the campaign, right? That he was so wealthy he didn't need to act like this and look distasteful like this because he was beyond being bought. He just doesn't look that way.
Well, I'm wondering actually. I don't understand the psychology. There's some people that get to be uber rich. I don't know whether Trump is considered in that stratus, but they become uber rich and then they recognize, what am I going to do with all this money? So they develop foundations. The Gates Foundation, Zuckerberg has a foundation now where they're giving away their money. The Ford family, they established the Ford Foundation. There's so many people who are now philanthropists because what more do they need? And I don't understand I don't understand the psychology of needing more to the point where one is willing to potentially impugn their ethics to gain greater largesse that they don't really need.
And also, Gary,
I don't understand the psychology.
If you love the country, right, you could be sacrificial and say, you know what, I do have the right to do this, but I love the country so much, I'm going to go beyond reproach so that my political stuff doesn't get stalled, so I can show everybody I'm just like everybody else, and this is how much my love of country supersedes my love of wealth.
But you know that the majority of the wealth that you're talking about is either private or public shares. So somebody like Elon, you don't think he really has $1 trillion in bank account somewhere, right?
But Samuel, wouldn't that have been a more virtuous thing for Trump to do? And didn't he tell us that he was that kind of guy?
Hold on 1 second. But you're talking about these wealthy people. Most of their wealth is just shares, right? It's just equity. So they don't have money in a bank somewhere.
Elon is broke. I know Elon is broke. I know Elon must be broke.
But look what Elon
He's
did.
broke. I know.
Started a company, made it successful, and then used the value of his equity that he has in that company to start another company. And then he used the value of that to start another.
No, he's cash strapped. I know Elon has no money. I know that. I'll concede that.
It doesn't matter if he has money.
I'll stipulate that. Elon's broke.
He compounded his wealth. Okay, it doesn't matter, but he compounded his wealth by creating value. I think Elon has probably created more millionaires and probably even billionaires than anybody else.
That wasn't the point of the question that I raised. I'm not saying that people haven't, there hasn't been jobs created by people who make money. I'm not saying that it's evil to make money. I haven't suggested that at all. My question has to do with the ethics, how you can put ethical considerations aside potentially to make more money that you really don't need. You talk about people who are very comfortable, and in this case, a president who's representing a populace that have folks, not everybody, but there's a good portion of his constituency that is worried about meals. They've cut down on meals. They're worried about their medical bills. They're worried about a lot of things that they're having trouble.
Cuts their food stamps and their Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's not Trump's job though. Do you know what Trump's job is? His number one job at the end of the day. His job is to preserve the value of the United States dollar against everything else, which is to maintain the strength of the American empire, and because the dollar's value comes from the strength of both our military and both everything that we put in place. All the things you're talking about,
but that's not the discussion.
That's Congress.
But it's a discussion. It's a discussion of ethics. Why would you put your ethics aside in order to use your position as president of the United States to make money for yourself and your family members and your associates. What I can't, I almost understand what's, so if a guy is hungry here in New York City and he walks into a Dwayne Reed and they have these grab to go, where you could grab a sandwich and pay in this astronomical amount of money for a stupid sandwich, $10 for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but and grabs it and runs out the store. That's, aside from the legalities of it, it's an unethical thing to do. But he's hungry.
Thomas Aquinas would
I
say that's an
understand the
exception.
motivation.
Okay?
My question is, why would somebody who is not hungry grab that peanut butter and jelly sandwich? To use that as an example, why? I don't get the. I'm just saying. I'm not arguing whether he's doing a good job as president or not in the aggregate. I'm just questioning, why would somebody expose themselves to the critique of unethical behavior when one doesn't need to do so? I don't understand the psychology of it.
Right, because it's deeper than what you need to understand. He's taking care of business. And fuck.
Hey, Kaz, we go one at a time, and Gary calls on you. I know you're new, so you'll have to wait a minute.
Go ahead,
Thanks,
Samuel.
man.
It's Samuel's turn. Go ahead, Samuel.
Yeah, look, I think that he came into this. He probably has everything in a blind trust, or his son Jared runs a bunch of stuff, right? Like, I don't think like Trump himself is managing his business on a day-to-day, right? Do you think he's really checking in to see how his DJT is doing?
Okay. Here's the question as we posed it in the beginning with documentation. Okay. The question is he making decisions as the head of government that directly benefit those people who are in his circle and his businesses that are in the trust of others that he is not running himself?
And Gary, I do think when asked about this, he said George Washington had two desks. He ran his business privately, and then he had his presidential desk. So when asked about this, Trump didn't say, I'm not running. He said he did that as a justification for how this is illicit.
Right. Well, my only question right now, the present question that I just posed is, my question is, what would motivate somebody to do this when that person doesn't need to do it? What would motivate them to do it? I'm not arguing whether he's a good president or not. I'm not arguing whether he's bolstered the dollar and made our military stronger than ever, which arguably he has not. But some people might think so. That's not the question I'm posing. My question is narrowly focused on the ethics and the psychology of why somebody who doesn't need to steal that peanut butter and jelly sandwich would do so. Why?
Stealing is illegal, right?
Well, so is what he does illegal, except he's indemnified because he's the president, because the rules don't apply to him.
That was illegal. What did he do?
If his cabinet secretaries did this, they would be prosecuted.
I'm not asking about his cabinet secretaries. I'm asking what did he specifically do that was illegal? That because
it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. I never said that he's acting in an illegal manner. I said in a very beginning.
Stealing, which is illegal.
Because I'm trying to make an analogy here.
Well,
I'm saying that the person who takes that peanut butter and jelly, I said that in addition to that being illegal, it's unethical to take the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm talking about motivation. Okay? I'm sorry I'm using this as the analogy. It's probably a crappy analogy. I will acknowledge that. I'm just saying that people do things sometimes because they have to, or they feel that they have to. They're desperate. I might act in an unethical manner in order to pull something over on Scott if we have a deal a gentleman's agreement, and then I renege on that to my benefit, because if I don't, I'm going to lose my house because I'm on the verge of foreclosure. What I did may not be illegal, but it's unethical. But I did it because I understand why I did it. I'm not saying it's less unethical, but I did it because I want to save my domicile. I don't want to lose my house. I have a motivation to do so, and so I act in an unethical manner. I'm not suggesting that it's correct to act in an unethical manner. I'm saying that sometimes people feel motivated to act in an unethical manner because of the circumstances that they find themselves in. Okay, so forget the peanut butter and jelly analogy. Forget the peanut butter and jelly. Hold on, I'm answering your question. So forget the peanut butter and jelly analogy. I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question. If I am not in danger of losing my house, I am comfortable and living within my middle American income means, why would I act in an unethical manner towards Scott, my friend? I don't understand the psychology. What would motivate me to do so? The president is comfortable in his means. Right now, well, he's got overhead. I won't go there, but he does have a White House. He's not worrying about losing his current government provided domicile. He does have overhead. I recognize that. But as far as we all know, he's not in danger of losing, being homeless tomorrow. He's not in danger once he leaves office of not being able to buy his Big Macs and Diet Pepsis. He's fine financially. So why is it so important for him to act in an unethical manner, which gives the impression, true or not, that he is making decisions on behalf of himself and his orbit, not on behalf of the nation? What would motivate him to do that?
Okay, so just to set things straight, he's not doing anything illegal, you saying?
Right.
Right.
He's indemnified as president because of a Supreme Court rule. He's not doing anything illegal. I said that in the very beginning, and I probably said it 5 or 6 times.
Okay, I'm just making sure of things. So he's not doing anything illegal, but he's doing something which you believe is unethical, right?
He is acting in a manner that 60% of the nation feels is unethical. 63%.
It's unethical, right?
Oh, for God's sake, Samuel, I'm going to move on.
No, I'm just.
You're looking. No. You're looking to start an argument. Let me explain. This may be your first time on the stage. When I ask a question, it's not because I'm trying to start an argument and you're trying to get things into the weeds because I use the peanut butter and jelly analogy and that's illegal. What the president's doing is not illegal. I think everybody here understood the question. I probably shouldn't have made the analogy because it got us off on a track that you just couldn't get off of. And so I apologize to everybody for that because as everybody knows, this is not what I want with this room. I'm trying to have an honest discussion. I ask an honest question. It's not about what Gary believes is ethical or unethical. We're discussing the fact. The basis of today's discussion is the Reuters Ipsos poll, which shows that more than 60%, including half of Republicans, believe the president is acting in an unethical manner. It's not about Gary. Maybe because you're new to the room, you don't understand that's how this room operates. But you frustrate me, and I'm moving on. Daryl, followed by L.
Hey, yeah, so a couple of things, and then to the point, right? So the argument that, wealthy people aren't sitting on a bunch of cash and it's mostly stocks and investments. It's false logic, right? Because the
They can
phrase that
cash
we
in anytime they want.
yeah it's
It's money in their pocket. They may not be in their pocket right now, but they can cash in today and live the rest of their lives fine, right?
or borrow against it, right? The phrase
Or
is,
they can borrow against it, but
yeah,
they're not.
the phrase,
They're,
yeah.
Right, but they're not cash strapped.
Well, ultimately it doesn't matter because the phrase that when I was on Wall Street, the phrase was build, borrow, die, right? You build something, you spend the rest of your life borrowing against it, and then you die and you create, like tax havens for your kids. The point is, whether you're spending cash to buy a plane or someone gives you a loan to buy a plane, you still get the plane. So I don't understand the argument that because it's not cash, yeah, but they're still getting cash to go buy things.
The point is, are they having trouble meeting their
Buying
bills?
Dinner? Not at all.
Right? Are they having trouble buying dinner?
Not at all.
Well,
Yeah.
a lot of Americans are.
Yeah.
I raise one issue and the previous caller responds with another that has nothing to do with the question that was raised. And you make an excellent point, Daryl, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, so he left the room, but he's in a lot of rooms, and what he tends to do mostly is carry Trump's water, and that's just the phrase for it, right?
Well,
so
he can. It's fine. He can carry
Fair
Trump's
enough.
water.
Fair
There's
enough.
no
Yeah.
problem. I have no problem
enough.
with that.
Yeah.
I just asked him to answer a question, and he
can't because he has
obfuscated
he has an agenda. He also,
right.
I think, he has a pod. So the thing is, like, Gary, to set your ethics aside, you'd first have to have ethics, right? So it's kind of, look at who we're talking about. Between himself and his organizations, I think the New York Times did a piece like a year ago. It's unprecedented how many lawsuits he's been in. I think it's over 4,000 lawsuits where he's either not paid workers or he's hired, like the guy who wants to kick all the aliens out has been hiring undocumented workers for his, for construction, to work housekeeping at some of his places. Undocumented workers were never an issue for him previously, right? And I just go back to have to set your ethics aside. You'd first have to have some type of ethical core. This, we're living with what we asked for, right? Which is why I blame the party for him, right? This is, like I said before, anyone who's been here in New York before The Apprentice, who's known him before The Apprentice.
4,000, Daryl.
Yes.
More than 4,000. I just looked it up.
Lawsuits?
I asked this question of Gemini. How many lawsuits has Trump been involved in outside his responsibilities as president? Because, you can't count those. Donald Trump has been involved in more than 4,000 legal cases completely outside of his official responsibilities as president of the United States. This is AI response.
It's stunning. It's absolutely
an extensive
insane.
ongoing analysis by USA Today and legal bases tracks his decades-long history in state and federal courts, finding at least 4,095 distinct lawsuits spanning his pre-presidency career, private business operations, personal conduct, and post-presidency life.
Think about that. That's like you're in court every day for 2 years.
Right. The massive litigation footprint is uniquely sprawling for a modern political figure and can be broken down into three major areas, which I'm not going to get into.
It's insane.
4,095.
It's insane. A buddy of mine, I don't know if you remember this restaurant, but a buddy of mine said that he would dine and dash. He would literally come into the restaurant. This was an upscale restaurant over on Fifth Avenue. He'd come in, do a meeting, and then he would just walk out. He would literally he and whoever he was with, they would literally just walk out. And so this idea that um, he's 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 this he's the leader of the free world. It's insane. And again, to the previous caller who I believe left, it's about the American dollar. The American dollar before the petrodollar was a middling currency. Before 1974, the American dollar was a very average currency. And once the petrodollar ends, likely within the next 16 to 18 months, we're going to be a middling currency again. And this idea that Trump is here to protect American dominance, well, he's not protecting it very well because we've abdicated our leadership on the world stage. But I'll wrap with, again, to abandon your ethics, you'd first have to have ethics to abandon.
So my question is answered not by anybody on the stage, Daryl, but once again I turn to AI. So take it for what it's worth. Gemini again. Psychologists, behavioral economists, geez, Gary, do you know the English language? And criminologists have studied this phenomenon extensively. The question I asked specifically was, why would a person of means act in an unethical manner to raise even more money? Continuing, they have found that once individuals reach a certain level of wealth, their motivation to acquire more money is rarely about survival or material comfort. Instead, the drive shifts toward psychological and social factors, which, of course, AI being what AI is, they break down in an extensive manner, which I will not bore you with today, but it's a psychological phenomenon, Daryl.
Well, think about the last thing I'll say. Remember, there was reporting 3 weeks ago that Iran had hired psychologists to figure out how to deal with him and how to talk to him, because I think it was the Times. They said Iran had hired top level psychologists to figure out how to interact with Donald Trump, because we can all see, hey, this isn't normal. So how do you deal with this? That's it. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah. So the intelligence reports that were actually initially reported by Drop Site Media, and then by the New York Times and by NDTV, Iran explicitly hired 2 senior behavioral psychologists to serve as an advisory circle during the indirect peace negotiations with the president. The decision to enlist psychological professionals marked a highly unusual shift in traditional diplomatic strategy. Rather than relying solely on nuclear scientists, military experts, or career diplomats, Tehran brought in mental health experts specifically to decode Trump's communications and predict his reactions. Good contribution, Daryl. L followed by L. L followed by L. That's funny. The letter L followed by Ellen.
Thank you, Gary. I was saving up my opener here for something that Scott had said about George Washington having 2 desks where he was so ethical. He had a desk for government action and a separate desk for his private affairs. I just want to remind everyone that the mayor of New York City, Mamdani, has his desk backwards with all the drawers facing the wrong direction. And
what does that mean? What does that? What? Huh? What does that mean?
He gave an address where his desk was backwards.
What was that like? He's trying to make a statement. What is? I don't get that. What does that mean?
I think it was for 4th of July, the 250-year celebration, 4th of July. He gave his speech about American values or something, and his desk was backwards.
Not the topic of today's discussion, but very interesting nonetheless. Okay, back to the topic.
But yeah, so, and then to avoid being accused of being argumentative, I was hoping to maybe have more of a volley back and forth about economics, the ethics of capitalism. Is that something you'd be interested in engaging in?
I'm interested in
Was this-
engaging in discussing the president and whether confidence in him leading the country has eroded because of the perceived ethical violations that he has committed, based on the polling that was conducted by Reuters.
Okay. How about, can I ask you about Al Gore?
No, we're not talking about Al Gore. We're talking about Donald Trump, and we're not talking about Mamdani nor George Washington for that.
Well, I wanted to reference his work in environmentalism, and I wanted to genuinely know if you think he profited from his environmental policy.
I don't know, and I don't particularly care for purposes of today's discussion. L, followed by Dr.
Okay, hi everybody. Well, I'm glad to hear the conversation because I think the question of ethics is really important. And I really like that we're making a distinction between what's legal and what's ethical. My response is, number one, I'm pleased to see the polling because what that tells me is that Americans are taking his actions personally and are holding him to a standard, an ethical standard. Ethics is about values. Values is about how does this affect people's lives. And so, the people are speaking with their polling, with their votes, and saying, no, this is not good for me. Why does somebody do this? I think it's a sickness. I think that greed, the avariciousness that we're seeing, it's kind of an addiction. I need more. So, in terms of, the downstream effects are tragic because we are seeing people who are hungry. We are seeing people who don't have a roof over their head while watching this guy just profit and profit and profit. When I think about leaders, I think about my children and I think about, when I say we live in this country and look up, here is the person who is in charge of our country.
All y'all is some broke bitches.
All right, thank you for that, Fully Boy. I don't think we'll be inviting Fully Boy to the stage ever again. L, continue, please.
What I was saying is that when I, especially when my children were younger and I saw them, and I tried to really, make sure that they were aware of what was going on in our government, I always thought in terms of, well, our president is really the person I would want them to look up to be an example, to be a role model. So I would say, ethically, he's getting an F-. And I'll close with a quote by John Quincy Adams in response to leadership. And what he said was, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to do a fact check here on something somebody said earlier. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman, following Mamdani's July 4th national address, delivered behind George Washington's historic mahogany desk at City Hall, posted on social media, criticizing Mamdani, claiming that sitting on that specific side proved the mayor has not held a job and was using the furniture incorrectly. However, it turns out that that desk, which is frequently referred to as a Washington-style desk, is actually a traditional partner's desk. Marshall, do you know what a partner's desk is as an historian? A partner's desk is specifically engineered to be open and completely identical on both sides. This is according to reporting by, of all places, the Times of India. It features matching drawers and knee holes on the front and back so that two people, originally a government official and their working clerk, could sit facing one another and share the same workspace simultaneously. So the characterization of Mamdani not knowing which side of the desk to sit on, made by a previous caller, is incorrect. And that's my imitation of a buzzer. Dr. Mitch.
Hey, Gary. Hey, everybody. I've heard such really nice and rational conversation in here today, Gary. It kind of makes you wonder, where is that type of thought and consideration, at the highest levels of government? Would you trust this person to walk your dog or buy a tube of toothpaste for you? If you can't answer that.
If you want to make that comparison, Dr. Mitch, and I appreciate the comment, I will tell you, and I've observed this before, that I don't know whether if the president himself joined us today, he would remain on the stage, or whether I would be forced to remove him for violating our rules of conduct.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. The truth is, medically, this is obviously a very, troubled, disturbed human. All of this desire for attention, ego, maniacal behavior, and, like someone said earlier, with all these lawsuits, he never pays anybody, just seems to be a very uncaring person. But I wanted to bring up something else that a lot of people don't understand about the immigration policy. This week, Core Civic and Geo Group, that prisons that are mostly housing detainees, have shown an additional $1.4 billion in profit this previous quarter, and the Trump family's been buying their stock. They made 29 stock trades in Core Civic, and they were bragging how now that they've removed temporary protected status for a number of groups, they can put ankle monitors on them, which they can charge them $180 a week for, if they want to stay in this country. As of yesterday or today, they did it to all Ethiopian temporary protected status, and then Haitians, obviously, they've asked them to monitor, and Core Civic has literally released information that they're bragging about how this is going to increase their bottom line. So I don't think I think the immigration thing is about money. They've reported that it's $307,000 a bed. There were 66,000 current immigrant detainees.
Okay, so let me just interrupt you there, Dr.
The goal is 100. Hang on.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? Can I interrupt you just for a second to underscore what you just said? I want to underscore what you were saying. So, according to Citizens for Responsibility, private immigration prisons have made historic amounts of money, and Donald Trump personally holds financial investments in them.
Is that a question?
Stop and think about that for a moment. Your responsibility is to remove yourself from ethically, I'm speaking. I'm not talking legally, because as a previous caller wanted to make sure, even though I had said it a half a dozen times, under the current law, what the president is doing is not illegal. But what you're supposed to do ethically is one of two things. Either remove your financial investments from a company that's doing business such as this with the government, or not allow them to participate as, and I don't even know if it was a no bid contract or not. That's something else I have to find out. But go ahead. But that's
Yeah,
that's
so
just
Barry,
stunning,
a lot of
that's
it
just
is
stunning information.
a lot of it is shrouded. A lot of it is shrouded in moves of certain interests to trusts and family members. Nobody's buying it. I'm in the financial. I started as a Wall Street guy. I'm in the financial business. Nobody believes it.
The Associated Press reported that these were no big contracts by and large. So there you go.
Good, yeah. So the immigration thing has nothing to do with criminals and murderers and rapists. By and large, they're picking people up in the courthouses or at their immigration meetings and detaining them. And 52 family members of service members have been abducted by ICE, and they've had to, go on leave, and they can't concentrate. I mean, it's.
You mean taken
so
into
ridiculous.
custody, not abducted?
Let's say that, okay? Yeah, let's be polite, or correct with our words. Yeah, taken into custody, not exactly abducted, but the immigration system moves very, very slowly. It's really inefficient, and sometimes while proceedings are taking time, they're granted some type of status. Not suggesting, it could be 20 years, but what I'm saying is there's a huge financial incentive to incarcerate immigration detainees and refuse to give them rights, legal rights. Donald Trump's target is 100,000. It's currently 66,000. So to him, you guys can look this up, but this is the real thing that's going on with this immigration policy. It's actually about money and profits, the private contract.
Dr. Mitch, that it was such an excellent contribution to today's discussion. You just hit with that anecdote the core of the problem, right there. You don't have to know anything else about this controversy, about whether he is ethical or not, whether he's making money for the nation or not, whether he's building up the military or not, as a previous caller tried to switch the conversation. Right there is, I don't understand why it's not like blazing headlines. An earlier caller, Simon, said, why isn't this stuff getting covered? And I looked it up, and it turns out it is all being covered. What you just articulated, the reason you know it is not because you personally researched it. You know it because the media have covered it. And yet, and I would argue it's because of all these Truth Social and other pronouncements and diversions that the president throws in our face, it doesn't take hold. And remember, he started his political career with attacking the mainstream media. The fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. So now he controls the message because the biggest fake news site in the country is Truth Social. So it's no longer the mainstream media that's the fake news. And so stories such as this, which it used to be, there weren't all these every day, another red alert for us to discuss. To go back to the Watergate days, every day it was about Watergate. There was a new revelation that the Washington Post had, and then subsequently the New York Times caught up. They were competing with one another for new revelation day after day after day. There was a new hook on that story, but there was only one singular issue that consumed the attention of the public so we could concentrate on it. If today was the 1970s and a president did what you just described, which I just verified, I was fact-checking you because I was unaware of this and I'm in the news business, this would be headlines, front page, evening news, Huntley and Brinkley. That's all you would hear about is this huge scandal involving incarcerating human beings for the financial benefit of the President of the United States. And yet, I am ashamed to say that even I, a person who is a purveyor of news coverage, I was unaware of this. And I'm indebted to Dr. Mitch for bringing it to my attention. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So till 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
top $1 trillion this fiscal year. That's just the interest, not the principal. And they said that's the record as well.
So I'm willing to bet, this is breaking news, I'm willing to bet we're gonna hear the spin that this was Biden's fault. I want to see how this is gonna play out on these on Fox News and all that. Well, this is gonna be interesting. What's today, Wednesday? So probably by Friday we'll hear them up there. Maybe even tonight.
This is interesting.
So yesterday Trump said no negotiations with Iran. Today he said they may return to negotiations with Iran.
That's deep. Taco. Taco. He does this hopscotch thing with them. All the funniest thing is the way that they call him out when he says that, and they're like, no, we're not about to have any discussion. They've done that to him so many times when he claimed they just made an agreement, they just made a phone call, just made a secret pact, and then they always come out like, no, we didn't. We really didn't. But back on the interest, they said the interest is so high that the U.S. is spending more interest on, they're spending more on interest payments than on the national defense. Think about that. More on the interest payments than on our actual national defense. Because of the interest rates in the deficit.
Well, according to the crypto bros, Trump is going to make crypto our
Fuck crypto.
cryptocurrency.
We're not having no crypto conversation.
And that is going to eradicate the national debt.
I don't want to hear no crypto convo.
Where is Hakima?
I'm glad I did crypto the way I did it. I do have a shit ton tied up in crypto, but it's not a shit ton that I can afford to lose. And I just ignore it. That shit, I don't even fucking check it no more. It's just gonna be there. And then when I hear it's going up, I'll look again. Because I don't want to see any red when I look at my account. So I'll just wait.
And not only that, that's just a full-time job looking at that shit.
Man, once you log in once, I was looking at my different wallets like daily to the point I'm like, no, I can't do this.
Yeah, exactly. That's the part they don't tell you.
Just let that shit go. Make sure I got my logins up to date, and that's it. I don't need to look at it.
Don't be like putting that shit in a cold wallet and then dumping it in, and the wife throws it out, and you gotta go to the. You gotta spend $200 million at the dump trying to find it.
Trying to find it. People have lost millions like that, man. Laptop, phones, or they still have it and lost the password.
My wife did. She bought crypto. She bought crypto a long time. She bought thing a long time ago, and she was, I bought like 33 of them. So this amount of 33. How much will account? And she had it on the phone, and she lost access to it. Was it gone? And Bitcoin, yep. 33. Yep.
And now GA said the United States Trump is going to make the United States crypto crowd get all countries to invest in it.
He done messed up that Bitcoin market so bad. I saw the report, like, ever since he came into power, that thing is just like stayed down.
That's not true. When he first came in, he was listening with him and his vice and then they opened up further to BlackRock, and then it went up a little bit further because the Bitcoin reserve that government made, and then it went back down to it was at over 90, and then it went down to around 60, and then it stayed around 50. It goes up because I think it's lower, I think that's the case, but it's been over and around minus
Yeah, from the whole pattern. I have a read, guys. I just so this is from New York Times article about the deficit. I'll just read quickly. America's gross national debt topped 20 trillion for the first time on Wednesday, an ominous milestone for an economy that sits on shaky fiscal foundation after decades of borrowing to pay for the rising cost of the military, social safety net programs, and President Trump's tax cuts. This year alone, the United States is on, and y'all said this earlier, is on track to pay $2 trillion. Let me see if there's anything in here we didn't discuss. Pardon me, I'm reading it.
Not exactly two, but it's close to it. It's 1.8.
Yeah, the scariest thing about this is how this is a quote from an expert, and it says, the scariest thing about this is how we're starting to see the debt spiral up again, said Mark Goldman, Senior Policy Director for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which supports deficit reduction, referring to interest on the debt. The inability of lawmakers to confront the debt comes with long-term risk. While the United States remains the world's largest economy, its mounting debt load could lead to investors to demand higher interest rates for U.S. bonds or raise questions about the nation's credit worthiness, which could erode confidence in the dollar and the world's reserve currency. Both Republican and Democrats are responsible for America's borrowing burden. The United States has had to sell an increasing amount of debt to cover the cost of health programs, stimulus benefits, disaster relief, and daily government operations. This is not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll start reading that. And there's something, the Department of Government Efficiency, led initially by Elon Musk, promised to reduce federal spending by $1 trillion. So far, it claims to have produced savings of just over $200 billion. The Government Accountability Office said this month that the department's estimate lacked reliability and transparency. So,
yeah, I was just looking at the hallway, and there is a room called "Why Do Black Women Only Marry Thugs?"
Marry thugs?
Thugs.
Oh wow.
Thugs are the ones getting
studs.
Like, what the hell are they talking about?
Is concrete here?
There's been a lot of marriage rooms recently.
Where's concrete?
Patty, there's been a lot of marriage rooms recently. Like, some of them have been, can we end racism by
Bro, that was stupid.
By blending. What was the room about?
Oh, you was there, Dave?
Yeah, it made no one ever answered it.
Nobody answered that shit.
What was the question?
Could you end racism by getting married? Can black people end racism by getting married?
What kind of dumb shit is that?
You know what's weird though? There be some angry black women on this app. I think it's this app.
Oh yeah.
Because I interact with black women all the time. They're cool as fuck. Like, I'm walking into the post office, they hold the door. Like, they walk back to hold the door. I don't have, like, they cool as fuck. Like, they don't hear in real life what I hear on this app. Like,
They be making that up. I think they be making that up.
Alter egos, man. It's the alter
You got it, dude. I swear to God, on everything I love. Like, when I interact with them in real time,
They smile. They smile.
nothing like with the way I hear some else, like black women won't even say thank you. Like, that is not the way it is in real time to me anyway.
That's a lie. Or then even when they say stuff like, I do know some girls that aren't okay with it, but very good. I don't know. Maybe it's her brother. One of our friends they got their own money. They pay their own bills.
You gotta recuse yourself, Kevin.
I don't think my friends that pay their own bills, they don't be like, "Girl, I need to find a richer man." Like, they don't say that. They just be like, now, don't get me wrong, they will judge you based off of certain things, but that's because they don't want that shit in their life. Their lifestyle. Because they can't afford it.
There is a boundary between like, you know, your phone or somebody just take care of. But the talk I hear here is different.
Gemini. in real life, I swear, man, women are really nice to me. I ain't even saying that, but they
But
really
I'm also
nice to
very
me, man.
polite to them too. Like
I ain't
you
gonna
know, some of
front.
the dudes on here be wilding a little bit, so
Yeah.
we'll push back as niggas
It,
push
it,
back in a little extra manner. But
There's some rude boys out there, but by and large, women are pretty nice to me. So I'm just like, I don't know what these dudes are talking about.
Most women are nice.
that's a fact.
I don't know what they talking
That's a
about.
fact.
I don't know. I don't
I ain't
know.
gonna lie, a lot of women is
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Here we
We'll go
go.
ahead and seek
That
out a
time
little bit.
another big gender
y'all
war.
get defensive if somebody don't talk to you. Y'all are very y'all will grab somebody, grab them. Y'all grab women. They don't talk to you. Y'all be nasty to them.
Grabbing is crazy. That shit
Yeah,
be
I don't
got
do
out
that.
here.
I've never in my life grabbed. I mean, like maybe a gentle just like touch of the hand, but
Oh,
all
when
that
if you in the
snapping
club
shit.
and you just see a girl walking by, you might reach out and
Yeah,
maybe
No, yeah, when a
you
girl
turn
give
walks
her
your
an
by,
head
y'all
elbow
will
over,
grab
rub.
them.
hey, hey,
Y'all
hey,
will
hey,
grab
and
them.
then they'll look at you and they'll smile. They kind of depend on how you do it, but like all that aggressive shit, man, I don't do no shit like that to a woman.
Grabbing the
Well,
back of her arm and pulling her shit back.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. What the hell? She like get off me. She got to shrug away from me type shit. Nah, man, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
No.
y'all
Well, you ladies, y'all experience a lot, so I definitely ain't gonna sit
I'll
here.
put some friends on the phone that'll say that.
Yeah, that's wild, though.
You know, my daughter done told me some crazy shit. Like she be telling me about like the way dudes react to some of the thirsty things she done told me. She made me nervous. Like that shit, like they like predators. Some of these dudes need to be around like straight predators. Like
Very
dog.
straight, thirsty, very thirsty. This lady tried to get in an argument with us. She was saying something about black men, something. Then when I looked through her PTR, I saw she had a picture of herself and that cat, Dr. Umar. And when I looked at her, I'm like, well, either she's dating him or she is super thirsty. Because in the picture, and ladies, y'all know this. When you take a picture with a man, you place your hand on his chest. Like that's a very intimate thing. Right? Women don't do that. Like women don't do no shit like that. A woman will be in the picture. Look at a picture with a man and a woman. Read that shit and tell you if that woman is into that dude, if that woman is setting up the ladies, it's just a friend. Like they got their own language with this shit. So the point that I was making to her experience was better. She's relying on dudes like Dr. Umar, who's very thirsty. Like, no wonder she
What
gets
was you
these
saying
pictures.
negative things? What was you saying?
Yeah, well, she was just saying negative things about black men. Like, she was just saying being very negative.
Like
Like
what generalization, stereotypes? Like what was you
yeah,
saying?
all the all the regular shit you hear on Clubhouse, man. Yes, respect black women, respect big over here. Black men respect black women, and all this. They want to go to white women, all that dumb shit. All that dumb shit. All that.
No, they all
Y'all
have
know
to
what
say
I'm talking
that.
about.
What is the take one for the team thing? From my understanding,
Take one for okay, I can break that down for you.
y'all will
Oh,
have like if it's three of y'all and three girls, and then just that one other girl, the dude will still do whatever, just so his friend can.
He
yeah.
might not do whatever. He might take one for the team
Keep her
and get
company.
whatever the team needs. Like he might just sit and talk with the big girl, or he might just stack her with some team parts with the big girl, right? While the other girls run his play and get to know her friend. Like, the refrigerator always protects the snack. The good looking friend is the snack. The big friend is the refrigerator, right? So you always have to figure out how to separate the refrigerator from the snack. Sometimes you have to be the guy to go up and engage the refrigerator, even though you have to knowing you're outside of this interaction, so that your friend can get to the snack. That's all.
Yep, I've done it.
You know
Yeah,
what?
I've done it
Girls
plenty
will
of
never
times.
do that. Girls will never do that. I don't
No,
know.
they be saying we gotta go. That's what
Yeah,
y'all
they'd
be
be like,
doing.
If your friend touch me, I'ma cuss him out. Or they'd be like, he don't not talk to me.
Yo, so Gemini, you know it's dope if you talk to if it's a bunch of women, and in that group there's one woman that you like, and you her, right? Her girlfriends, if they taking you out, and if they don't, they're like, hey, then you good. But if they don't like you, man,
You
they gonna
gotta
let
win
you
the
know.
group. You buy everybody a drink.
Yeah. But if the group don't like a man, they will let that dude know. Even if he buying drinks and he's a gump, they'll just let him buy drinks and they'll just diss him all night and play jokes with him and all of that. Meanwhile, he's over there just spending money away. Ain't none of them taking him seriously. They're like, yo, we got one, ladies. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
We got one.
Espresso did not like my statement. She said, y'all weird as fuck, y'all really.
Yeah, but you can never sucker a woman into talking. Like they'll be like, go with me. And his friend might, I don't care if his friend's there or not. I'll go with you if you're scared, but I'm not. His friend, no. Like, I don't know a girl that take one for the team. When I hear that take one for the team, y'all just like.
That's a good wingman. That's normal. That's protocol.
You just keep her company and be nice to her and just keep her company and just like chill. Like you don't.
Big girls are ugly and desperate, but you know that all big girls not together. All of them.
Absolutely.
Zero.
Absolutely.
They want interference when they are not the chosen, so you have to accommodate them on some level. Otherwise, they big.
That server when we went live. Once we launched that server, yeah.
Still that. Give me the sign of the open eye, token erectile, thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, be open, be open, be open, pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, be open, be open, be open, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape, and I rape, and I whip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan. The open, pan, pan, the open, the open.
are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of his high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that grows afar. Oh, brother of the silver
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. God's rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, O brother of the silver star. Ready? There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cords rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget veins that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen on inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Gravity, aha!
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me. Oh, Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pam, Pam, Pani, oh, Pam. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan. Yo pan, yo pam pam, pam pam pam. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, yo pan, yo pan. Yo pan, pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come. Yo pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maiden man. In the might of Pan, Yo Pan, Yo Pan, Pan, Yo Pan. are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, slave softly as a witless palm. Let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observers entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and starred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one o'erpowered, timed at the midnight blossom flowered. The godless is yes, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoots, thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rules afar. O brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, O Pan, we O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. till I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man, in the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star, Crowley.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of tawny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, O Pan.
eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come your pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, I am thy mat, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan, Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me upon. I am born to death on the home of the unicorn. I am flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through
sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goad of thy flock. I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I reap and I rend everlasting world without end. Manikin, maiden, Maynard man, in the might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, 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 Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, 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 Pan. Eopan. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. Oh, I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, open, pum, 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am open, open, pum, 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 pum. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, pan, pan, pan. on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Pan, pan, pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to my land. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice, covenant, to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I run. Everlasting world without end. Money came, maiden, bane, and then on the might of on. Pan, 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 pan. Pan, 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 There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star, Krali, haha. Krali, aha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Crowley, ah! open eye, and the token erect of thorny pie, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, Eopan, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, Eopan, 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 pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 in the mind of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan. Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhanced, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen aim. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Cray! Ha ha!
are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Early
give me the sign of the open hand, token erectile, thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan.
I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, man. The might of pun, your pun, your pun, 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 your pun, your pun. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of his high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that grows afar. Oh, brother of the silver
are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. God's rigid thus thou mayst abort the fitted babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. And counts and keen turn inwardness, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, O brother of the silver star. Ready? There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cords rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen and inwardness, no atom of analysis. 6, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. Traveling
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. O Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pan, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me. O Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, O Pani, O Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money, king, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, O Pani, O Pan, Pan, Pani, O Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pam, pam, pam. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake.
your pen. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pan, your pan, pan, pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan, your Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Wash every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and stark, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The goodness is yes, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoots thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. O pan, o pan, we o pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, o pan, o pan. O pan, o pan, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. O pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maideth man. In the might of Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 O There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So light a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star, Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of tawny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, open, open,
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can open. Open, open. I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come, open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan, Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The
power to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the mire of
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Iopan, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pan, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast come, upon I am born. To death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Iopan, Iopan, Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goad of thy flock. I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I reap and I rape and I rape and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. Iopan, Iopan, pan, 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 pan. Iopan, Iopan, pan, 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 pan. Iopan. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee.
begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost show. I adore the might of the breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. Of the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. Oh, I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am open, pum, 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 pum. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me up, and I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice, coven to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money came, made and made, and then on the might of Pan. Pan, 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 Pan. Pan, 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 Pan. Hoy, 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 There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here.
travels afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Crowley, ah!
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny pie, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. Eopan, 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 Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 in the mind of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan. Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of ecstasy prolong. Thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen last. All these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Cray!
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root,
discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Early
broken erector, thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, be open, be open, be open, pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, be open, be open, be open, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense preserve its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance, hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. Sixth on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression's youth, thy glance to rapture's darkling roof, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Thoughts rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. And tense and keen turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Ready? There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cords rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen to inwardness, no atom of analysis. 6, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Traveling,
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and a word of madness and mystery. O Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money, king, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, oh Pani, oh Pom, Pom, Pani, oh Pom. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pam, pam, pam. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Open, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, open, pan, pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan, the open, the open, Pan, the open. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Wash every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of
Brother of the Silver Star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. O pan, we o pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man. In the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low,
He's irregular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and
the mythology and trying to take over.
Well, they were they were Canaanites themselves, which is similar to like Christianity in essence, is a similar story where you have a group.
Hence, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star, Crowley.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of tawny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. O Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, O Pan.
I am thy mat, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rant, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan, Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdrawn. The great beasts calm me upon. I am born to death of the home of the unicorn. I am flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maynard, man in the might of
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh,
as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pun, pun, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, good of thy flock. I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I reap, and I reap, and I reap, and I rend everlasting world without end. Manikin, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. Pan, 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 pan. Pan, 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 pan. Pan. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am on earth. Do as thou wilt, as the great God can. Open, open, pum, 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am open, pum, 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 pum. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice suburb to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the snake. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowers. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling roots. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce through the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Right, ha-ha.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being